Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
I said hello.
How are you?
Who's there? Who's there?
I used to live on the second floor.
Oh, how you doing?
Okay, how are you?
What are you doing out there partying with the sheriff?
Woo! You heard about it? You saw it?
Yeah, I'm sitting in my car drinking beer.
Oh, woo! I'm glad somebody saw it. What'd you think? What'd you think when you saw me?
I don't know what you, when they come out with a white piece of paper, I don't know what the hell's going on. I want you to tell me.
Okay, so now tell me what you thought when you saw the police car pull up.
Well, I didn't know you was in the police car.
Yeah,
I thought he was coming. I couldn't see you in that police car. You was in the back seat.
Okay.
I thought they was coming in for some other shit going on here. Then I seen you. I said, oh, what the hell's going on?
The bitch stole my ring. She signed for it with Amazon. It clearly says was left with receptionist Paula and her name, and she's trying to say she didn't get it.
So what do you do?
I took the police out there to get my merchandise.
Did you get it?
No, she said she didn't have it.
I would say nothing. Hey, what's yeah. Hey, what's going on? I'm sitting here with some fellas.
What?
Hello?
Yeah, what?
I said, what's going on? I'm sitting here with some friends.
Well, listen. So what do you think I should do next? You got all the answers. Small claims court?
Yep, that's your best bet.
Okay. Also, the NAA.
But I ain't no lawyer.
Okay. But I'm glad. Spread it around. Tell everybody that you saw me getting out of that police car or whatever you saw.
Hey,
yeah.
Great he's a lawyer.
Oh, okay. Well, pass the phone to him then. Tell him I need some advice. Some advice.
He said you're guilty.
Uh-huh.
All right, I'll talk to you.
All right, bye. Hey, it's me. Give me a call if you can. Okay, let's see the voicemail box. Well, why not? Why the hell not? Why didn't it set it up? Okay. Yes, it's coming up. Damn it, that ain't it. What the hell? Now, where is it? Little brain in the boo. Ooh. Mr. Brain Come on.
Geico presents Monster Counseling.
Dracula, tell me how you're feeling. No one understands how lonely it is. No one will even let me into their house. I knock and I knock, but they ignore me. Uh-huh. What else? I look in the mirror and I don't even see myself anymore. If you don't see yourself clearly, can you really expect others to? I'm having a breakthrough.
It's not easy to be a vampire, but with Geico, it's super easy to switch and save hundreds on your car insurance.
Shout out to 91041. Yeah.
Run that back, Turbo. You can get the biggest Chanel back in the store if you want it. I gave them the drill, they said it up, I got them on it. I bought a new bag, I had to walk so up to tone. Taking these drugs, I'm gonna be up until the morning. That ain't your car, you just a listen, you don't own it. If I'm in the club, I got that phone up for me. The back end disc can't be in the album. 5 kilo of cute shit, they all on us. I'm from Atlanta where young take punch. I know they hating on me, but I don't need come. Whenever I tell her to come, she comes. Whenever it's smoke, we ain't earning. Shoot too hard, don't stand too close. You gon' fuck around and drown. Off this way, doing all these shows. I'm in on the road, I don't care where I go, as long as I get paid. Bad little pipe, she been on my mind. Soon as I get back, she get slayed. Do this all the time, this ain't no surprise. Every other night, another movie get made. Shoot too hard, don't stand too close. You gon' fuck around and drown. Off this way, doing all these shows. I'm in on the road, I don't care where I go, as long as I get paid. Bad little pipe, she been on my mind. Soon as I get back, back, she getting slayed. Do this all the time, this ain't no surprise. Every other night another movie getting made. Every other night another dollar getting made. I started with a good day. I feel like a child, I got boogers in the face. I'm a dancing in the dollar, this shit is a parade. I don't want your triangle, one and not a slave. I had that shot, I like too many bitches get. So I took a private plane. These pussy nigga like it while I'm working on my aim. Trip too hard, turn to the car. Designer to the ground like a balance better name. Trip too hard, cushion on the floor. You gon' fuck around and drown, trying to ride a nigga way. Trip too hard, don't stand too close. You gon' fuck around and drown. I'm this way, doing all these shows. I've been on the road, I don't care where I go. I'm gonna get paid. Bad little pipe, she been on my mind.
Not you, not you, you.
Do this all the time. This ain't no surprise. Every other night another movie getting made. Trip too hard, don't stand too close. You gon' fuck around and drown. I'm this way, doing all these shows. I've been on the road, I don't care where I go. As long as I get paid. Bad little pipe, she on my mind. As long as I get back, she getting straight. Do this all the time. This ain't no surprise. Every other night another movie getting made.
Magoo, Magoo, Magoo. Come on, Mr. Migu, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it, Meester. Meester, go get him. Get him. Get him. Get it.
Our passion has been natural from the very beginning. And by giving you the best ingredients under the sun, Tom's of Maine is here to help you wake up well. Such a free, 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 such a free. Come into my planet soul. 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 Take me down. Give me ecstasy. I want you. Do it with me in this world. I can feel you. I can clear you. I can be you. Baby, shut up. I can make you scream. Baby, 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 I can be your dream. Come into my planet soul. Come into my planet soul. Such a dream, such a dream, such a dream, such a dream. Let it out, keep it on. Baby, feel it, baby, this is on. Make me feel it. Give it to me, you can get down the sea. Tell me where you're from. I can be there. I can make you my friend. It will never end. I can be there. Baby, baby, I'm gonna make you sweet. Come into my planet soul. 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 Express to me if you feel ecstasy. This high is for you and me. Gravity, energy, make me feel good. So do it and welcome to my planet soul. 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 Such a dream, 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 such a dream. Come into my planet soul. 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 Take me down, fill me up. Give me ecstasy, not enough. I am what you need. Do it with me in this world of me. I can feel the world. I can clear the rain. I can be your dream. Baby, share with me. I can make you scream. Baby, 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 I can be your dream. Coming to my planet soul. 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 My brother is in need, but can he depend on me? You can't give one of the time. Maybe you could find a better man than any other. If you gave more than you took, life will be so good. Come on and try. Now's the time to show me. To do what you want to do. You got to live in your life. Do what you want to do. Cause you're free to do what you want to do. You got to live in your life. Do what you want to do. Do what you want. 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 All the strangers, does anyone really care? Now we're all the same. Trying to get our pain. Think you can bear with just another man. Let's together. We're in this world together. got to live your life. Do what you want to do. Take your breath. Do what you want to do. You got to live your life. Do what you want to do. Everybody has led you there. Feels like no one will pull you through. It's your time, what you gonna do? Take that chance
Quit.
and start today. You gotta make it on your way. Don't be scared. Dream right there. You want it, reach for it. To do what you want to do. You got to live your life. Do what you want to do. You're free. You got to live right now. You got to live your life. And live your breath. You're free. When it's all over for you. You got to live your life. Think of the things you should have, could have, baby, what you wanna do. Go free. You got to live your life. Come on. You know you got to live your life. You got to live your life now. Come on. You know you got to do it now.
Come into Longhorn Steakhouse for steakhouse cuts. The mouth-watering New York strip, always popular Flo's filet, and the limited time 14-ounce Delmonico. That's how steak is done. Longhorn Steakhouse. You can't fake steak.
Buenas noches. Contenta de estar aquí con ustedes. Aquí estoy yo. Yeah, yo le brindo mi canción sincera.
Yes, here it is. Yes, okay, here it is.
Take a moment.
Because of mine. Stop the things you do. I put a spell on you. Because you're mine.
Let me in, I remember when you say that you love me in every way. You love me once, you know why. But my boy hasn't been so nice. You used to hold me, you used to feel me, you used to kiss me, you used to touch me, you used to please me, you used to squeeze me, you used to love me, you used to touch me.
The telephone number you have dialed.
Baby, I miss you so much. When you're home and with that loving touch, you got it all right. all these years has it been for me? Yeah, you start hold me. Yeah, you start feel me. Yeah, you start kiss me. Yeah, you start touch me. Yeah, you start please me. Yeah, you start squeeze me. Yeah, you start love me. Yeah, you start touch me. Now, honey, let me tell you something about my man. You know, he's a good-looking, sweet little thing. That man knows how to satisfy a woman. You know what I'm talking about. Girlfriend, let me tell you, he bought me this fur coat, a brand new car, and this 24-karat gold diamond ring. Ain't it pretty? Girlfriend, you know how it is when you got a good man. You start doing things like wearing those high-heel shoes and the lace pockets of the garter belt and putting on that sweet-smelling, seductive perfume. But you know what? I had to put some lane brain in check, honey, because she got her mark on my man. But baby, I ain't giving up on this here good thing, not for nobody. Because what that dorky chick got wouldn't satisfy a cheese stick, let alone my baby.
Yeah, the Center for Spiritual Living, I think they don't really give a damn, as far as trying to help find a ride, because I know several people who come that way from around here. But so I've just been going locally here where people, help me out with rides. So I just thought I'd call and say hi. Were you busy? Oh, okay. Hmm. Hmm.
Are you okay to replace the day?
Yeah. Yeah, I do have that. Thank you.
Make sure that you are covered tonight. It's very cold outside.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, then. Oh, that is so sweet that you say that. I actually was just kicked out of the hospital, in Xenia at 2 in the morning because I didn't have $25 for a cab. Yeah, so I'm in Xenia, so I walked from Miami Valley to it took 44 minutes and it was 41 degrees, and I had my walker. Yeah, but that's all right. Oh no, that's okay. I said it's a good thing I'm the descendant of slaves. I said because this ain't nothing, compared to what they went through. That's how I think about it. Yeah, but I really appreciate that you say that. I just talked to a right.
To keep my dog and I safe and protected from the elements.
Yes.
I would say thank God for this nice place.
Yeah. Yes, I agree. I was just thinking about walking to the Red Box. That's not too far. It's just up the corner. I've got a movie that's over there. It's where you can rent movies in front of the McDonald's. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm good, and thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Yeah, yeah, I do. Yep, I'm good. Well, I will let you get to sleep. Hmm. Um, I had a headache. Oh, really? See, I'm not so. Mhm. Oh, I was saying I'm not so good with medicine. It's like I'm not sure if it helps or not. I just don't know. Right, right,
Find the right balance in your body and still know that once you feel better, you feel good. Rather than taking that same
right. And you know how when we get. Hmm.
I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's okay. When we get in the. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, I have to put a lot of my own hair.
Yeah.
Find the right one. But, and medicine can change after a while, too, once you stop working.
Mm.
Like that.
Okay. Yeah. And yeah. You know how when we're in the up phase, you know. the good, feeling good. And so, some people call it mania. I find myself like buying diamonds. I'm like in a diamond store, in a jewelry store. And in that phase, it's like I find a lot of people are attracted to me, which is kind of funny because I kind of feel like that's a natural state or a good state. You just have to kind of be. Hmm. Yeah, yeah, I get that too. Uh-huh. Yeah. You know what I'm saying now? I'm saying that I'm going to Alaska. That's in my head. I say I just have to learn how to fly a seaplane or pilot a boat. You know, men outnumber women 10 to 1. Well, hmm. Oh, oh, wow. Oh, that's neat. Is that at the center? Okay. Okay, I wrote that down. I wrote that down. Hmm. What's that date? Hmm. Yeah, you're so sweet. I'm so glad. I'm glad I called you. I don't know why I never called you sooner. you know. Yeah. Okay. Okay. What time? Okay. All right. What did you say? Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. Sure. Oh, sure. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, I do. I do. Okay. Right. Me too. Mm-hmm. yeah. Oh, yeah. Mine too. Mm-hmm. Mine's jealous of the cat. Okay.
explain this to someone. Right, my dear, no way. Your dear mother has you this way. Although pain continues, we only want what is for you. So talk to the doctor and take your meds. Let go. Free. Soon, my friend, the sun will shine. Make your way straight. Soon, my friend, it will be okay. Inside your head. Soon, my friend, you will be at peace and you will smile.
Because I used to write, but then I really stopped. I just stopped. I don't know why. Yeah. Or in a way, and not to sound stupid or whatever, but it's like the obvious for me. Do you know what I mean? It's like that's the obvious path I should have gone on and done. And I kind of felt like, not to say that it's easy to do that, but you know what I mean? Like if you're talented in an area and you don't do that. Right, or it's easy, or you're like, oh well, that's just easy. I mean, I could have done that, but I didn't. It's like you don't do what you're supposed to do, you know? Exactly. And I thank all these people in my life who've helped me to be so crazy. Tons to write about, tons of material. hmm Yeah. hmm Yeah. Right. Yeah. Uh-huh. I've got some, and I have that old line paper too, and I got a Ticonderoga pencil. you know, and I want the a manual typewriter. Old school like John Boy on the Waltons. hmm Right. Right. Well, hmm yeah, exactly, and that's what I'm thinking too. hmm Right, right, and all. hmm all these people with money, you know, I'm sure they would be glad to contribute to a fund so that people that don't have money, like for a cab at night, can get it and get home safely. You know, that's what I'm thinking. And I feel like that's why I'm put in these crazy situations because I can see the full picture and I can advocate and do something about it. Like I called my mental health place and I was going over it. And the guy, he's young, he's like a young white kid. He essentially blamed me you know, because I don't know if I told you this part of the story, but I did have money. I took the money out of the ATM and I thought, oh, hell to the no. I'm not being gouged. I'm not being victimized. I'm not having $25 stolen from me because there's absolutely no reason to charge $25. Well, it took me 44 minutes to walk. It's essentially like about, right, the $25 will take me from here to where we go to church. you know? Yeah, and I've paid that before when I really wanted to go. And that's one way, you know? So it's TCN. They're called TCN here in Xenia. Have you heard of them? Yeah. Well, they're kind of awful in a way. I mean, you have to pick and choose. I mean, they even had somebody overdose there, one of the counselors, overdose and drop dead in their office on drugs. Yeah, they deal mainly with drugs and other mental health stuff too, but I just here's my thing too, and like what you say, I finally like honoring me, and I'm listening to me. And if I want to go over every memory I have from when I was an ovum, I have that right. But now the way of counseling is, well, they want to take you from here and like move you forward, you know. And a lot of my history, I don't remember. You know, it's like I need to piece that together and put it together to discover how I got to be where I am now. You know, that's how I feel. Mhm. Right.
A lot of times they did redirect my thoughts so that I was concentrating on the present.
Right. Right. Right.
Okay, because the past kept me twirling around in anger.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand. I understand.
So it's big to understand how you got from point A to point B, but you got to release point A to get to point B.
Right. Right.
But I did a lot of forgiveness work and a lot of release. And that was what I am good. I wanted to hold on to it so bad.
Right. Let me ask you this. Mhm. Mhm. Right. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, I do struggle with that. Now there were these. Let's see. There's one. There's the one. There's a man, a main man, a woman, another one, another man. Okay, that's four. Four people. Um, the guy, he lived in my apartment building, and he and I were friends. You know, we lived in the same apartment building on the same floor. Well, a woman moved in, and I didn't know that he had a relationship with her. You know, she called herself his girlfriend. He would tell me, I don't have a girlfriend. You know, so I'm like, okay. So she enlisted the help of this other woman and this other man. And one night, not the boy, not the man that we were seeing, but all the other one of them, they were just coming at me and being so rude and disrespectful, and I was going to get on the elevator. I said, I hear you. So I went there, and the little guy, he chest butted me, wouldn't let me on the elevator. And now, Robin, like, listen to this. And I'm asking you, so here it is, like about a year later, three of them are dead, including that man. The main woman who started it, she's not dead, but I don't think she's going to be here much longer. Now, I'm not saying that I killed them. I mean, they were ill to begin with. But I mean, what do you think about that? Is that kind of weird? I don't. Right. Oh, right. I was kind of. Yeah, yeah. They definitely were all on drugs. The one woman, she had like a brain problem, so she was ill. I didn't realize like how ill she was. She was the first one to die. Then the other man had like a breathing problem, and he died. Now the other man, the one we were seeing, we had no clue that. Well, he did drink like a fifth of vodka or two-fifths every night. But I sort of feel like for me personally, that's a lot of death around me. You know? No, I don't know. I have nothing to do with her. I don't. Yeah. I moved out of that building. I moved away from that building. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I don't talk to her. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Okay.
And and the Lord, Psalm 23.
I'm writing those down. Yeah. Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. Makes me to lay down in green pastures, and I forget the rest of it. But yeah. Mhm. Mhm. Right.
really good for protection. They're good words, but good God.
Uh-huh. But to not honestly, like with me, like I have no children, I have no husband, I have no boyfriend, and I always tell people that I'm going to get a huge tattoo across my chest that says "Do not resuscitate" because I'm ready. Mhm. Mhm. For a reason, I guess, and we're. Mhm. Right. Mhm. Exactly. You know what? That's why I'm saying my Alaska thing. So I'm kind of excited about that. And I get all the food from the food banks, and I just decided, okay, well, I'm going to start stockpiling this, keeping what I want and what I don't want or use, I pass on to other people. But yeah, I'm really going to give it a try. I'm going to give it a try, I believe. Yeah. Yeah. Mhm. Mhm. Now this the craziest. The craziest thing. I met a guy. You peed? You peed? You peed? I know you did it. You peed? Oh my God.
I was kind of devastated because I was like, do I call her? Do I let her know?
I felt I needed to tell my mom and my dad that there was going to be a split in the marriage. I said I'm pregnant and it's not. So it's a very hard thing to say to both of my parents. After I came back from meeting with my parents, here came Steve Letourneau, and he said, I just met with our divorce attorney, and guess what? You can be charged with a crime. I said, there's just no way. No, it's not possible. Mary Kay was charged and get on a phone tip. Police say an acquaintance of the teacher's family turned to.
Okay, move.
Really arrested. She just said she had some questions for me. There was no fingerprints, no handcuffs.
Oh.
I really thought Billy was in trouble. And I wanted to make sure that he was okay.
Hello, busy lady. Hi.
At no point did I say
Sitting on my floor,
I've just been arrested.
fixing my antenna.
Oh, I'm being questioned. Being questioned on the relationship here.
You're what?
She did say what I'm about to say could be used against me. Sure, I was concerned, is Billy okay? But my real concern was my students expect me there tomorrow. When she said that.
Yeah, I gotta go to the damn Red Box. I've got a movie out. Damn it.
Oh.
And I gotta get.
Not okay.
Hi, Kenna. How you doing?
Some kind of police officer.
What'd you get?
Would you be Billy? He spilled the beans right away. A sexual relationship.
Oh, that's neat. Yeah, I heard. I got a unicorn horn on.
I was suspended, and all of a sudden, this is good for me. Oh my gosh, I'm married still. Even though it was in a separation period, that's really not okay. But I didn't imagine that I would need an attorney. Maybe there would be some consequences, but I didn't imagine they were criminal consequences. I didn't even know that I needed an attorney.
Oh God. Is Taylor in the car with you?
Now open. You know you may now be eligible for additional Medicare approved benefits, including dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage. The Medicare Benefits Helpline is now open to help anyone on Medicare make sure you are getting the benefits you deserve. Just call 800-404-7402 now to find out.
Oh, I say you guys should put the feelers out for a man for me.
Hearing and prescription drug coverage. Just call the toll-free number on your.
I thought I had a couple. I don't know. Oh my God, this one. Well, actually, both of them. Will not believe it. There's like an old one and then a young one. Oh my God. With the old one, like you can't tell like from looking at him with his clothes on. He's 56. So he's got the body of a 22-year-old. And he doesn't even lift weights. He says, I quit lifting weights because he hugged somebody and he crushed their ribs. So he's like, I quit lifting weights. He's like 6 foot, 200 pounds. Oh, I should have had that dumbass take my damn garbage out. I need to put him to work. And that other one is in Kentucky. There was one looking at me in the mall, this big Chinese guy. It was so funny. I mean, it was just hilarious. Because oh. Oh, okay. Shoot, I can give out cans of pork that that they give me at the damn food bank. Nobody eats those cans of pork. It's so funny. All these guys, they give me all the stuff they don't want, which is stuff I don't want. But I'm starting to stockpile it for Alaska. Me in Alaska. I will. Shoot, I'm sick of it. Yeah, because there's a plot. It's up on my computer. Only $11,000. This plot. Pull it up. In Anchorage. Yeah, you know how. Remember. Like that farm. I say like that. Remember my orchard, my castle in the woods. I can build my own castle. But this one, I think they're going to make it. They put two big damn trees up there, so you can't drive on it. I gave it Harrison Township. It's in the hood. Okay, this one, it's 11,000. It's in the hood, except you go right. And like I say, nobody's going to go there because Black people are scared of the woods, except me. I'm not. And that damn woman, that pioneer woman, I think she copyrighted Black Pioneer Woman because I type in Black Pioneer Woman and she pops up. I'm like, oh, hell no. So here's it's $11,000. It's in Laurel Acres, number L18, Anchorage, Alaska. And they've got it sectioned off, so it's going to be like a new development. But I want to, I don't care. This cab guy was telling me, like, women go there and they'll strip or dance, and then they'll be there for like 3 years and they can come back and pay cash for a house. I said, sounds good. They said this one lady, she didn't even have to strip. Like, she would just sit and talk to the guys and they'd give her money. Yeah, yeah, I like that. I do. I mean, because I have no problem with it. Like this one guy that I like, this Latino guy, like I'd even kiss his feet. He didn't care, like the top, he didn't even care. Like when you're that into somebody, you're like, you can kiss their feet. Oh, Barry. Man, I don't know if I'm going to walk to the damn red box. My missionaries are coming tomorrow, the sisters. I don't want to owe more on this damn stupid thing because my bank account's already damn low. Well, I shouldn't worry about it because I think I'm getting paid tonight. I think. Listen, you missed it. On Monday, I went out there with the police to Polars. I wish you would have been there. Oh, yeah. I was at the police station, and the guy was like, well, I don't know what you want us to do. You're saying theft. I said, I didn't say that. See, I know how to talk to the police now. You ask them questions. So then he said, well, we can take you out there, but we can't take you back. I said, that's fine. So then, we were walking. I was talking about the rain, saying how I was out in the rain. I said, it's good for your hair. And he said something like he didn't have any. And I looked at him. I said, oh, you got hair. And he was sexy as fuck. So I was going to say, you can put the handcuffs on me if you want to. Huh? Oh, yeah. They drove me out there. I was in the back of the police car, that stops. And, he lets me out. And I go up there. And she's giving me this mean, nasty look. I think she didn't see the policeman or whatever. So then I turned to him. I said, I don't think she sees you. So he stood up. He stood closer. And so then she opened it up. And I just went in there and I asked her. And she said, you left that place a mess and you cost me a lot of money. And she said, and you're trespassing. I said, I didn't receive any papers. And I looked at him and he's like, yeah, you don't have to. And I said, now, when did I get trespassed off? And she said, now. So I turned around and left, and it was so funny when we left. Like I held the door open for him, and then he held it for me. And I could tell the look on his face. He's like, that's one crazy fucking bitch. And so I just started walking. Exactly, 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 exactly. So then I start walking, and he was sitting there in the parking lot for a little bit, and then he drives by, and he says, when does the bus come? And I said, I don't know. So then he drove down a little further. He did a U-turn, came back, and he was gonna, like give me a ride. We were discussing it, and then he got a call. He said, oh, there's a fire. So I wait, and then he turned around and I waved. So that's something, man. Don't you think he liked me? Because he turned around. Yeah, yeah, we did. And she said she didn't have it. She said that exactly, exactly. So the next step, I guess, is court. I was looking on her fingers too. I was looking on her fingers. It's a 3-carat engagement ring. Bitch probably thinks it's a. So anyway, yeah. And also I can contact UPS and get a copy of the signature. And I'm also going to go to her boss also with these papers. Yeah, and take it to the what do you call it? Yeah, because it ain't over. And then today I was calling and the bitch made a mistake. She called back. So now I've got another number to stalk her with. Mm-hmm. It has begun. It has begun. She didn't know who she's messing with. She has it, along with my thousands of dollars of other stuff. I don't give a damn. Yes, yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Exactly. And I'm so glad. Right. I'm glad I'm away from there. Well, listen to this though, and let me think about it though. You remember that whole situation with me, Steve, Kim, and Mike. 4 people, right? 3 of those 4 people are dead. Do you think I'm like Carrie? Huh? Am I Carrie? Really? Are you serious? I don't. I think so. Maybe I think so too. I was telling my doctor because I went to the eye doctor today at the mall, and I was saying like sometimes like I'll see like haze, and then she's like, and I said I don't think it's about my eyes, but then she said, are they dry? So she said, okay, Lena, like when you're looking down the hallway at farts, and you can't see clearly because it's like there's fog. Did you ever see that there? Yeah. What do you think that is? She said she thinks it's like, huh? Yeah. She said she thinks it's like maybe mucus, in your eyes. I don't think it is, but and I've said too, like to whatever. I'm like, because I do think I'm sensitive or whatever, and I'm like, okay, whatever. I don't want to see anything. I don't want to see you. You know, because we were in Steve's apartment, and we were in bedroom, and then it was like I hear, you hear a piece of paper flapping, and it's like, what the hell is that? Oh, and remember, like, when what's his face up above me, Jeff? Is that his name? When he wasn't there, hmm? When he was in the hospital, and I'd hear somebody going to the bathroom above me. Yeah. Like, what would you see? Yeah, it could have been. Yeah, I did too. Isn't that weird? Well, then I guess you see things too, huh? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right. Well, I think it was. But or maybe it could have been like his family members or something. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I saw that goddamn Denny driving a car, I think. Yes. People told me about that. And you know what my thing was? I don't give a fuck. I guess I'm well, guess I don't give a fuck. He didn't give a fuck about me. I don't give a fuck about him. Well, right. Right before, right before the one who was okay, Dale. Right before he died, he was calling me and he was asking me to come over. Oops, I hit the wrong thing. Can you hear me? Shoot. I don't know. I had a damn thing was dialing something. But let's see. What was I saying? I don't remember. Oh, and you know what Patty said? Yeah. You know, she moved again and they shut her electricity off like that day. And so I was down there and she said like she saw 3 dolls next to me on the couch in blankets. Now that crap freaked me. Yeah, that crap freaked me out. I was kind of like, Patty, shut up. Well, they could have been my angel children, you know? Yeah, that's sweet. I'm like this too. Like I said, I played in the basement, like, the serial killer dank dark basement when I was a kid. So I'm not scared of the dark and stuff like that. No, has it? Well, yeah, I do. Did you say she lived in the basement? Well, yeah. Yeah, my refrigerator makes this stupid ass noise, and Bear always runs and yells at it. You think he'd get used to it because it's every day? Nope. You say, does it drain? Well, yeah, it drains. Kind of slow, but I don't care. And you know what I say too? I said my ass isn't getting in there because, like, I have to have a pristine, clean bathtub. I thought about even buying one of those like portable spas or something, or I'll buy one of them horse troughs. Yeah, at at what do you call it, Rural King. I'll take a bath in that. Well, I go to LA Fatness, scrub off all the dead skin in the whirlpool. That's right. I uh-huh. Did I tell you about that lady that I was in the whirlpool and then I was going to get in the pool, and she had the nerve to tell me to take a shower? Did I tell you that? You know what? I flipped the fuck out on her, boy. And so, because I didn't, and then she's looking at me, and then I get out of the water and I pound on the glass at LA Fat for the manager to come, and I motioned for her to come around here. But actually, before that, so I was just looking at her, and I was telling her to mind her own damn business. I think I called her a bitch too. So then, like I said, and there were men in there too, and they didn't even say anything. That's what kind of pissed me off too, but of course nobody cares. So then I hopped out and I pounded for the manager, and she came. So I went in the locker room and I told her what happened. And because the lady even lied, I'm like, "Do you work here?" And she said, "Yes." So then the manager went out there and she told that lady that she had no business saying what she said, you know. then it was funny when I left, because she took a long fucking time to get ready. So when I left, she was still getting ready. And she was looking in the mirror, and I said, it takes a long time to fix ugly. And you know me, usually I don't say anything, but I was glad I said it. Oh, yeah, about the hair. Oh, that's hilarious. What I told you about Green Memorial, right? How they kicked me out. Yeah, and you know, I called TCN and I was telling this guy, and you know what he told me? He was acting like it was my fault that I should have paid them $25. Exactly. I'm not going to be fucking gouged. I can go to Dayton in a cab for $25. I'm not paying $25 to go 2 blocks. That pissed me off that boy said that. But see, that's how they are. Like, I don't know what I should have done. Like, should I have fallen out on the floor and acted like I passed out? Because I really was passed out. I mean, they gave me fucking liquid Benadryl and I don't know what all. And she didn't even explain to me either. And I took a picture, and then she said, oh, you're not allowed to take pictures. You know, I'd already done it. I said, fuck you, bitch. I should have just flipped the fuck out, really, and maybe let them take me to, here's what I could have said too, I forgot. I should have said, okay, if you make me leave, I'm going to fucking kill myself. So then they would have sent me to the hospital in Dayton. Isn't that a good idea? And there they have to give you a cab ride home. At least they did. Did I tell you that one time they sent me there when I was having at TCN, my evaluation, and she sent me to Dayton. I was back in an hour. Oh, so anyway, I think I left this part out. So then with the officer, when I asked him, I said, what's your name? And, you know, he said what his name was, and I repeated it. But he gave me his first name. Usually they never give you their first names. Okay. Okay. All right. Bear. Oh, my goodness. Oh, man. Oh, you're a man. Oh, little man. Little man. Oh, 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 oh. Little snapper. Oh, little snapper. Little snapper. Little nibbles, nibbles, little nibbles. Little nibbler. Little nibbler. Little nibbler. Little nibbler. Ooh, Mr. Nibbles. Ooh, Mr. Nibbles. Ooh, Mr. Nibbles. Ooh, yuck. Yuck, you got dirty breath. You got stank breath. You got stank breath. You got stank breath. Oh my gosh. There's tooth. Your teethies. Your teethies. Your teethies are coming out. Your teethies. You're in your teethies. Roll. Patty cake, baker's man. Bake me a cake as fast as you can. Patty cake, baker's man. Bake me a cake as fast as you can. Come here, me goo. Come here, me goo. Come here, ooh, me goo, me. Mr. Me goo, me. Me goo, me. Look. Ooh. Quick. Bear, quick. Me goo, me. That's rude. That was so rude.
3 months, I discarded 80% of my hair to the point where I would have to go on job interviews with a wig.
As we each solve the puzzle that is our life, we often have questions we can't answer. Sometimes those questions are so large that the answers can have life-changing consequences. That's the case with our caller today here on Hope for the Heart. June Hunt is looking at victimization, how victims can feel powerless, and how those who have been victims can become survivors and even conquerors in life. But before we get to that conversation, June tells us a personal story that relates to this issue.
A number of years ago, a friend called me on the phone and said, June, I'd like to read a list of characteristics to you, and I just want you to think about these characteristics in light of yourself. I don't want to tell you the name of the book, but I just want to know, do you even see yourself in any way in these characteristics? I listened and I thought, well, that one doesn't sound like me. And there were, very few that didn't sound like me. Then my friend said, this is a book on adult children of alcoholics. And she said, I know your father was not an alcoholic, but I thought you might identify with so many of these characteristics and we might talk about it. This was very unusual. And she said, I'll tell you what I think it is. I think that you have the characteristics of someone who has been oppressed in a home as though your father had been an alcoholic. He wasn't an alcoholic, but the impact was the same. I thought, let me mention some of these specific characteristics. I'm calling this a test for broken boundaries. Do you find it difficult to make decisions and stick with them when opposed? See, my tendency was, if somebody opposes, I give in. Because truthfully, I had to growing up. And you live years this way, and all of a sudden, you mean I'm supposed to hold to it if I really think it's best? But see, my philosophy is, but I can be at peace with whatever. I can be content, whatever the circumstance. In fact, that was my verse. I thought I've learned in whatever state to be content. Test for broken boundaries. Number 2. Do you feel you must seek opinions of others before acting on a decision?
No.
Number 3, do you hesitate to give an opinion when asked? Do you fear expressing what you really feel? It's interesting. I have a sister who's 5 years younger than me, and she is a very competent person. And I remember a few years ago, she said, I really don't respect that you won't stand up for what you really want. And she was making an issue of this. Well, I've had to learn this. Match strength with strength. If you know somebody is very strong, don't become a little wallflower. They actually appreciate someone who will have strong opinions that will be expressed. The reverse is true. If you know somebody is very fragile, be careful about coming on too strong. I learned that even here at our ministry. And it was very helpful because there was someone who was very bright, very capable, but had been victimized horrifically. And she was the only one I couldn't seem to have a warm relationship with here on our staff. And yet I would see her interacting fine and fun, with others. One of the people here in this room said to me, I said, what am I doing wrong? What? And the answer was, June, you're trying too hard. You realize the degree of abuse that she experienced. Don't try so hard. In fact, just be very laid back with her because she's used to an abuse of power. She's used to an abuse of power by her father. There are times when you say, well, if I'm going to be wise, I need to be able to interact in a way that the person can hear me, where we can communicate. So when you see this list, it's not an issue, well, sometimes I don't have that much of a strong opinion, and that's fine too. But if you're with somebody strong, you need to speak it with confidence. Amazingly, this makes a big difference. If you're just cowering, feeling like you have no voice, well, God's the one who gives you a voice. He's the one who gave you a mind to use. Do you fear expressing what you really feel? Number 4, do you lack confidence in your own convictions? Do you avoid certain people because you fear embarrassment? Do you find it difficult to maintain eye contact with another person? Do you find it difficult to ask others for help?
No. Yes.
That's hard when you feel you've got to do it all. You don't ask somebody to help because everything's on your shoulders. This is one of the hardest things for me. Right out of college, I became a youth director, and I had 120 leaders just in the junior high division. How could I possibly ask any of the leaders to do anything? I was right out of college. I can't ask them to do anything. My point is, healthy people don't mind saying, it's possible you can help me with this. And healthy people don't mind when the need is there to ask for help. But if you have this mindset of, I've got to be perceived as doing it all perfectly and it's all my responsibility, that's not really healthy. Isn't it wonderful that you can get free? Isn't it wonderful that the truth sets us free? We need to just really thank God for that because He intends us to have meaningful relationships. Do you do favors for others even when you know you shouldn't? Well, what's that about? Well, I can think of things I did. I was staying at a friend's house. She was in Cyclone. She spoke truth to me about me many times. I remember thinking, well, I've got to do something. She's allowing me to stay here, and I'm attending this conference, and I'm in her home. I can't just not do anything. And she said, Jean, you don't need to do anything. You can just be here as a guest. I kept feeling I didn't deserve to be there. I just had to do something. That was about me. I love to help, but in retrospect, that was more about what I needed to do to feel valuable. I needed to do something. Victims often feel so powerless that they're trying to do things to help, and they don't even know why. Many times they have no clue as to a motive like this. The next question, test for broken boundaries. Do you avoid asking people to return overdue items they have borrowed? Do you have difficulty receiving sincere compliments? I have another sister. I remember it was just before Christmas, and she said, June, you did that so well. And I said, oh, well, I really didn't. And I started this, and she said, June, just say thank you. You know you did it well. Well, June, then she said, thou dost protest too much. Thou dost protest too much? If you can identify with having difficulty accepting compliments, would you raise your hand? Okay. How about the next time you are complimented, make a decision now to just say, thank you. And you can say, that's very thoughtful of you to say. And truth, it so helps when we realize who gave us the ability to do anything. Who gave you a mouth to be able to speak? Who gave you the ability to hear? Who gave you a mind to be able to work, to be able to do anything? All we have to do is say, thank you. And in your heart, you can say, now I take that compliment like a precious bouquet, and I lay it in Jesus' feet. It's not an issue of practice. It really is. Question, do you need a great deal of assurance from others? The tricky thing for me is I might do something and there'd be so many wonderful, gracious people who appreciate this. If one person has anything negative to say, that's the one thing I remember the most. Sometimes we are weighing so heavily what someone says, and it's not what God wants us to be focusing on. Do you do more of your share of work on a project? Do you have difficulty pointing out situations that are unfair? Do you ever say yes when you want to say yes? Do you ever say yes when you want to say no? Think of this, Proverbs 29:25. This is a powerful scripture. Fear of man, fear of a human being will prove a snare.
What the hell?
But whoever trusts in the Lord is kept safe.
You are rude. You are so rude. What are you so rude for?
Are living in fear.
Little man.
What we would want to do.
Leave him alone. You go mind your business. You go find something for you to do. Leave him alone.
See Jesus always trying to cater to people just to keep them happy? No.
Let me do.
And that's so
Let me do.
If we can say,
Let
okay,
me do.
this is healthy.
Say hi, everybody. Oh my gosh, your eyes look so crazy, Kat.
Yes, there were things that in
his eyes look very crazy.
State, we could say he was a victim. For example, did his family turn against him, his own flesh and blood brothers? Yes, he was powerless over that. That's how I mean the word victim. Now, he was not a victim when he went to the cross. He said, "You do not take my life from me. I give my life as a ransom for many." This was a choice. He came to earth to die. But in truth, there are times when certain things occurred, and it certainly would not be his first choice. But he did not force people to be what they should be. I believe that if there are characteristics we have that we say, now, would Jesus want me to do this? Be very aware that at times what we're doing is making an assumption.
Yeah.
It's like having to be a martyr, when instead you're not even called to be a martyr for that person. If you're going to be a martyr for Jesus, but not sacrifice your conviction or be a people pleaser. The concept here is being a people pleaser, assuming that you have to please everyone, or at least die trying.
You're listening to June Hunt, and this is Hope for the Heart. We're talking about boundaries, specifically boundaries that may not exist for those who grew up in a home where they were victims of abuse or oppression. This checklist for broken boundaries is in our little book called Victory Over the Victim Mentality, and you can find this book at hopefortheheart.org. Now, let's go back to June Hunt, as she talks with this woman who suffered from trichotillomania. Together, they discover how that disorder came about in her life.
I've been diagnosed with an obsessive compulsive disorder, trichotillomania, which consists of pulling out your hair. It has been a devastating part of my life for approximately 2 decades now. Why in the world am I pulling out my own hair? Hair that people have complimented me on for all of my life. At what age did you begin? About 9 or 10. I don't know why I started doing it. I remember being away from home for the first time at camp. There were a lot of activities. I felt safe. I just thought I was weirdo walking around doing something that nobody else actually has ever heard of.
How many of you are familiar with trichotillomania? Raise your hands. Okay, that's more people than I thought. Okay, what is trichotillomania? Pulling not just hair from the scalp. It can be just that. Sometimes it is just the eyebrows, sometimes the eyelashes. Anywhere there's hair, arms, legs. Now, why do people do this?
They may be having obsessive thoughts, and that might distract them from that.
Let me just say that this woman had done a lot of research, but she still didn't understand herself. In other words, she did think she was the only one on earth, that it was just something she was clueless about. But I just believe there's a reason why we do what we do. Now, you say, well, was it genetic? Well, there was anyone in her family. You know, it's one of these things where I just think it always helps to look at the whole picture, look at everything and see if anything makes sense. But you'll hear her story. Thank you.
Approximately what percentage of your hair was pulled out? Hers was like less than 2%.
Okay.
But when I was 25, it was 20%. But when I had gotten divorced and shipped back to this country with absolutely no money in my pocket, it was nasty and cruel. Yes. Within maybe 3 months, I had discarded 80% of my hair to the point where I would have to go on job interviews with a wig.
How old were you at that time?
27.
Okay. Patterns can be broken. Even when there's obsessive compulsive disorder, the scripture says, do not be conformed any longer to the pattern of this world. But be transformed, and tell us how, by the renewing of our mind. The renewing of our minds. That's not just a scripture that has spiritual implications. How many times are there problems that people have because they don't know how to take control of their minds and speak?
100 million.
She has done.
Are you telling her?
all behavior is purposeful. Okay, well, where does this come from?
Is there a certain activity or a situation that precipitates pulling?
Yeah, and that is good. Typically, that's called the triggers.
But it sounds like she'd already told you one of her triggers was stress.
Stress, yes.
Because following a divorce, moving home, no money.
You certainly see a progression. That would seem to be obvious to her. I want you to have hope here, okay? That's important. It is very important. I want to know about the relationship with your father.
Okay. My dad has done just about every drug known to man. Of course, that affects your personality. And he has perpetrated a lot of violence upon my mother. Incredible, disgraceful, unlawful violence. I was witness to a particularly tragic scene where I was put into a closet while witnessing him with a huge leather, enormous brass buckle belt. And he slammed the closet door shut and he locked it, I'm sure, and I just heard my mother screaming for her life. I don't recall what happened next.
How old were you when this took place?
3 or 4.
Were you not fearful for your mother?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Our behaviors come out of our belief system.
There was a point that I realized that I could diffuse my father's anger, therefore saving my mother. I was charming him because I knew that I was the apple of his eye.
Yeah.
When I was at camp, I must have been thinking constantly, who's going to help my mother? Who's going to keep my father from being angry? I'm not there. What's going to happen? Oh, no. And I think to release my anxiety, I was tugging on my hair and I pulled some out and there was some type of sensation that distracted me from my thoughts. And I guess it became a pattern to distract me from painful thoughts.
This is the road I was going down. There are those who will literally cut themselves with a razor. Why would somebody cut himself or herself with a razor? They're called cutters.
Well, to realize that they're still alive, because a lot of times they'll go numb from their circumstances, so it's a way for them to remember that they are alive.
Quit.
And then a distraction from
Mr. Brendable? Brendable, no. Leave him alone. Leave him alone.
Excellent. So, which is more powerful, emotional pain or physical pain? Emotional. I know for some people they think, wait a minute, how on earth would you say that? You talk to anyone who has studied anything about this. The point of the cutter is, things are so painful. The memories, if I could just cut, then it deflects. It takes the focus away from that emotional pain temporarily. It won't last. What other kinds of self-injury, self-harm, what other kinds of things are done? Yes.
As a teenager, I used to bite in my forearm and leave teeth marks. And I'm not even sure why I did it or why I don't anymore. I know I didn't come from a painful home, but it does me better not to talk about it.
This is what it's about. So this might be why you're here today to learn, and that's helpful. I think if we canvass this room, you don't just, I love this topic. This is a feel-good topic. It's because so many of us have
feel-good topic
circumstances. There are other things that are used. There are burners. Yeah.
You're pretty.
I claw.
You're pretty.
I've had about 130.
Quit, man. Leave him alone.
It's like a release.
Leave him alone.
Stops the thoughts and the
Leave him alone. Let me go.
It can be driven to the floor. And I'm horrified by what I've done, but
you quit it.
And I'm clean up and I'm ashamed. And I come to June Hunt
today
to get some help.
What we can do is just pray that every single person who does any type of self-harm, we can just all personally pray that walking away is like, I now know what to do. You can hear that she has put together some pieces, and that's very important. Think about this. When I was a child, I what?
Thought like a child.
Thought like a child, reasoned like a child. What are we told to do now? As an adult, you what? Put childish ways behind. There are times when it's like, I'm powerless. That's all I can do. I have no choices. But now, listen, this has helped me to say, that was then.
This is now.
I want you to say that with me.
That was then. This is now.
This is now. Say it again.
That was then.
That was then.
This is now.
This is now. So when you start responding as you did before, feeling powerless, and yet God has allowed you to live as an adult this far, you go, oh, wait a minute. I have choices that I did not have previously. Is there anybody who
I'm not going to be
doesn't have more freedom of choice today as an adult? Okay, that's 100%. Sometimes we have to have the courage to say, okay, now if I'm going to do that, I need to put my mind in gear and sometimes say to myself, if I need to say it every day, then I'll just write this out and just say, thank you, God, that was then and I was powerless then. This is now and today is different. I can make healthy choices.
That was then, and this is now. Thank you, June, for bringing this truth to us, that we are not powerless. You're listening to Hope for the Heart. Now, the woman June talked with today was already out of her violent situation.
Yes.
However, there are those who are currently
what
being
is the name of
victimized
the
because of an abusive
manager
relationship. So
there, or the owner?
You speak with Brian Van.
Brian.
No problem.
Yeah. What is his last name?
Van, V-A-N-N.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious why people who are at the hospital after hours, why they're charged $25 for a cab when they're going like one block. I'm sorry, what did you say?
That is our minimum pickup in Xenia.
Where are you? Where is Clean Cab located? Okay, all right. Well, see, I didn't know that. I assumed that Clean Cab was in Xenia and that, we're being gouged.
No, ma'am, we're not in Xenia.
Okay. Well, that makes sense because I was going to say, well, I could go to Dayton, on that amount, but okay. Well, thank you. Bye-bye. Well, that makes sense then. Fuck 'em.
Hey, you reached Chris. I appreciate you calling me. Well, I tell you what, give me a call back a little bit later, and I'll talk to you then. Thanks. Have a nice day.
Dumbass. It was still recording when I said dumbass. This thing, it doesn't even, I don't even know. It just doesn't look right.
is choosing to respond with what you not would feel like doing. There's a difference between what would feel good in the moment and what you actually want. You don't want to spend that Friday night in a fight with your spouse. What you want is to be heard. What you want is to be able to say, that hurt my feelings. But it's a lot easier to get angry than it is to admit, that hurt me. That's Pastor Levi Lusko describing some of the challenges we all face when we're trying to overcome bad habits or behaviors in our lives. And it's really tough to reinvent yourself. But Levi's back with us again on Focus on the Family to help us. And your host is Focus President and author Jim David. Hey, John, we had a great conversation last time with Levi. And he's trying to help us as Christians to step away from the complacency of life, right? We all know that. And take charge proactively, have a different attitude about those conversations we have in our head, the wins and the losses. And even last time we talked about over 500 negative thoughts and negative images you're going to have throughout a 16-hour period of time. That's overwhelming. And how do we get control of that and change the way we view things? We have what I would call a victim mentality. And people often say, I can't help myself. That's just the way I'm made. You know what? That's not accurate. You can help yourself, especially in a relationship with Christ. I mean, he's there to provide you that power through the Holy Spirit to change these things that you think are unchangeable. Levi wants to help you confront those, and he's written a great book, I Declare War, 4 Keys to Winning the Battle with Yourself. And I'm telling you, with all the marriage counseling we do here at Focus and parenting help that we provide, it often, I'd say almost always, starts with your own heart first. So your heart and your head, address those, and life goes better, especially when you're walking with Christ and the Holy Spirit's presence is making the difference. We have audio available of our previous conversation, and of course you can find out more about the book, I Declare War. Just stop by focusonthefamily.com/broadcast. And Levi is a pastor and an author, and he's the best of broadcast guest last time he was here, and I think that'll probably happen again. Yeah, that's right. Levi, welcome back. Thank you so much for having me, guys. It's good, man. You know, just to talk about that dimension, meaning what you do day to day, just to paint a picture for the listener. I mean, you have churches in 4 states, right? Yes, sir. I mean, you travel a lot. I'm on a lot of airplanes. Yeah, I mean, that's its own. I wrote most of this book on airplanes, so that you get some uninterrupted time, right? That's it. And a constant stream of coffee. So that's the key. And you told us that you really pour over your work, your sermon notes, as well as when you write a book. You're a wordsmith. Dr. Dobson was like that too. Remember, John, how you would? Well, because I heard someone say books actually don't change people's lives. Sentences do. Wow. It's one sentence. It's something that you read. It's like, okay, that hit me. That was for me. And so I think you can't just, I got my 50,000 words. It's going to be, I imagine, and it changes as I write, one person I'm writing to, that this is for, and what it could be for them in that moment. And so I think each sentence matters. Well, that's perhaps why you have such a sensitivity to words, but it's also why you say they can be a problem for you, right? Oh, yeah. So give us an insight. Well, what do they say? Unguarded strength is a double curse, right? Double weakness, yeah. So my whole life, and part of it was what we talked about last time, which is that I was bullied and I was shorter than the rest of the kids in middle school. So I developed kind of a thick skin. And part of that armor fighting to me was words. That was the way to survive. Being funny, always having the wisecrack, cut down. Yeah, and it's part of God's strength in my life. But when I'm not paying attention or not careful, it can be really easy to cut people down to size. But here's what I've learned. You'll never rise cutting people down to size. And I realized a while back that my words to me were largely critical. Why'd you do that? You're so dumb. And just kind of like, this isn't going to go well. And one day I got so sick of it. I was driving my car and I kind of stopped at a forward stop and just kind of hit the steering wheel and said, whose side are you even on? If you're not going to help, then get out of here. And really decided to fire myself as my own critic and rehire myself as a coach. Because a coach is invested. A coach calls out errors, but a coach also says, hey, you got this. And you can do better. And I see that in Scripture. David said, why are you so bummed out? Why are you so disquieted within me? This is the Levi translation. He said, hope in God, David. Praise Him. He's going to help your countenance. And so think about that. Your countenance is your facial expressions. And if you speak to yourself in such a way that pushes you towards God, pushes you towards, the right choices, the Lord never speaks to us to shame us. He speaks to us to convict us, to get us to the right place. So if all we're ever saying to ourselves is negative things and lashing out things to ourselves, that's also going to impact how we speak to other people. Yeah, that is so good. As a wordsmith, the power of word and knowing that as you did. In Matthew 8, you note that exchange between Jesus and the Roman centurion. What did you glean from that?
Well, the words that the Roman centurion, who had a sick servant, this servant was, really unwell. He came to Jesus, which is shocking because he was a Roman and Jesus was a Jewish Messiah. And he said, my servant's sick. And Jesus said, well, show me where he's at. I'll come right now. And the guy goes, no, you just speak the word and my servant will be made well. And Jesus was dumbfounded. The word in the Greek is astounded and stupefied. And he said, I haven't found faith like this in all of Israel. He said, as you have believed, so let it be to you. So because this man spoke words of faith, Christ granted his request. And in that way, I believe that we all have the power of life and death in our tongue. This man chose to use his words to speak faith. And I think God wants us to do the same thing about, the day-to-day things of our life. Think about it this way. Proverbs says, life and death both are in the tongue. So you can choose with your words to build a life for yourself you love or a life that you loathe. Small example. Let's say you're driving to work and you notice that your car is a few years older than you wish it was, and your town is small, and
Yes.
the hustle and bustle you wish it was. Your apartment is little. Your wife forgot to do one thing you asked her to do. All of a sudden, that's what you're doing. That's what you're saying. Like, wow, this car is so old. My kids, they never remember. My job, I hate my boss. Now, I think God, if He's put power in our tongue, He essentially says, if you say so. And then all of a sudden, that's all you're going to see. Because one of psychologists and sociologists will tell you see more of what you stare at. So that's why when you research Honda Accords, what do you see more of it driving around the city, the Honda Accord? And something as simple as journaling 5 things you're thankful for one time a week can increase your perceived sense of happiness by as much as 25%. So let's take the same situation. Now you're driving down the street and you notice your car, and you notice your job, you know your boss's bad breath and all that stuff. But instead you say, Lord, I'm thankful that I have a job. And this car might not be a Mercedes, but I'm grateful that I'm not walking down the street. Or I'm thankful that I'm healthy. I'm thankful for this. All of a sudden, you're going to start to see more of those positive things. You're going to start to see more of things going right. And I believe just choosing to change the way you talk can make a massive difference, not only on the morale of people around you, but on your own self.
Yeah, that's such great practical help. And that's what I love. Your book really gets to that point to help people move from point A to point B and down the line. In fact, you describe triggers that can make us react with anger instead of a more reasonable response, the adult response, you might say. You've identified, and you mentioned this last time quickly, you identified 4 things that can help us calm down and avoid those triggers. So this may be the golden nugget question. What are they and how do we implement them?
That's a great question. And it boils down to, like you mentioned earlier on, self-awareness, self-management. And I found some techniques that really help to catch yourself before you go ballistic. Imagine riding a horse and the horse all of a sudden gets spooked and just runs off. And all of a sudden you're flailing your arms in the air and the horse is going off a cliff. What would help in that moment would be to grab the reins and pull the horse back to control. A lot of times triggers cause us to be like that runaway horse. We're in a bad mood now. We're throwing a tantrum. Something causes us to be provoked. The one thing we need to do is the one thing that's so hard to do when we're mad at our spouse or we're angry at our sister. I can't believe she said that on Facebook, and we want to go back and post a nasty comment or unfollow her or whatever. And all of a sudden, we're in that triggered space. So in the moment, what we need to do, and I give in the book a 4-part matrix that you can fill out, is to analyze and extrapolate and prioritize so we can navigate. Now, I know that's a lot, but it's a 4-part matrix that all you have to do is draw a cross, and then you can do the 4 things. Basically, it's what do I feel like doing right now? And if I do that, what's going to happen? And what do I really want to happen? And what would I need to do to get to what I really want to happen? But the key thing about that is it takes time. Because in the moment, we just tend to react right as life happens. So one thing that helps me is remembering the power of a deep breath. They say actually that most of us live in a state of perpetual shallow breathing, where we don't breathe enough to puff out our stomach, thus diaphragm breathing. And so as a result, our lungs are never getting their full capacity there. Now your brain is always going to get the bulk of incoming oxygen because your body knows 20% of any air you get needs to go to your brain just to keep you alive. So what's going to suffer is good decision making. The part that we need to make good decisions is going to lack oxygen if we're taking shallow breaths. By the way, that's why when you get flustered and you're in a moment and you get out of it later, you realize the perfect thing you should have said. You know that moment where you're like, oh, I should have said this. Right. 1 hour too late. That's because now you're breathing good. When your adrenals are firing, your body's diverting all that oxygen to your brain just to stay alive, and you're not getting what you need to make good decisions. So if you just stop for a second and take a long breath, like you feel yourself calm down. Think about it for a second. I heard one person who takes a drink of water when he's feeling mad. That drink of water is actually saying, what do I feel like doing? What do I want to do? And what will happen if I do that? What should I do instead? And where will that take me? And if you'll just take that minute, and if you believe in God, that's a perfect time to say, God help me. I need your strength right now. And I think that can make all the difference in a marriage, in a work relationship, or you keep going from job to job. And it'll be the same at the next 3 churches you leave, and the next 3 jobs you quit, the next 3 people you marry. If you deal with the problem in your own life, then you can actually move forward.
Well, it really comes out in those most intimate relationships, like you're saying, with your spouse or with your children. I mean, those triggers by kids, it's phenomenal how they can trigger you. In fact, you talk about the dictator and the porcupine, and kind of defines a moment that you and your wife Jenny were having. Yeah, I like that idea. I think I get it, but like the conflict. Yeah, I like the idea. The dictator and the porcupine is such a classic description of what's going on.
Evil Levi, as I talked about in the book, naming the version of yourself that you don't want to be, so you can take them off the guest list. Right. My evil Levi is a dictator. Right. And that's part of my, Myers-Briggs and all of that is, on my best day, I'm a good leader. On my worst day, I'm a dictator. Right. My wife, her defense mechanism is she becomes a porcupine. And so when she's feeling triggered, she's bristly, but then she wants me to do the one thing I don't want to do to a porcupine, get near it. Right. And she puts those quills out, I want to stay away, but that's actually hurting because she goes, well, I want to hug. I'm like, well, no, I'm not talking porcupine, honey. And so that's a good Well, no, actually now it helps because now that we both have clearly come to a place of, you're being evil, like you're being a dictator. I realize, okay, and so I think having that language it helps a lot. And when she can actually say, I want to hug, I want you to be near me, I want you to talk to me, as opposed to bristly response. And the same thing for me, using my words, calming down. For me, sometimes it's just giving her the space to collect her thoughts because I'm pretty rapid at thinking. She needs a minute sometimes. So just knowing how to come to terms with a disagreement.
Last time, Levi, we went after this idea of what we think. We're covering a bit of that now, what we think and what we say. But let's move into the battle about actions and behaviors. I mean, that's the next sections of the book. One of the biggest time wasters that you attack is cell phones and digital devices. And we all said, yes. Yeah. Right. I mean, there's an exception for Focus on Family if you're listening to us or what. There you go. But it's such a humongous time waster, especially again if you have kids and teens especially. How do you recommend we practically address this issue of screen time and digital access? What do you do?
Well, you have to realize, first of all, that anything you do repeatedly is on the way to becoming an ingrained habit. Wow. So your brain is always looking to save processing power. So it's always paying attention to anything to any pattern in your life. And if it sees, okay, I see you did that, this in this order, and then you did this, I'm going to make a habit file for you. And it's called chunking, where your brain chunks together a series of steps into a file that it pulls out whenever it's called for. That's why it's so much easier to forget to brush your teeth in a hotel room, because you don't have the environmental clues to do it out in your own home. When I do it in this order, I do this, I do this. And then you all shut the computer left hand, right foot, left foot. It's a cue. And then you have a routine, and then the action of finishing it. I don't know if you've ever woken up in the driveway going like, I get here. I don't know anything about the drive home. That's because the file has just finished, and so now you're back to the normal operating of your life. So if that's true, then think about the fact that the average American touches their cell phone screen 150 times per day. And 4 or 5 hours a day spent on these devices. And you've never paid a single dollar to Instagram, and neither have I as individuals. Who's paying for our eyeball? businesses. Yeah. So we're not customers of Instagram. We're the product. And if you think about that, we go, okay, hold on a second. Am I really wanting to give 2-3 hours of my life to these companies? You know, we spend so many times on our cell phone screens, and the average American didn't finish one book last year. And the power that comes to read widely, read history, read leadership, read Christian living, all sorts of stuff. But read and encourage your kids to, and read to your kids, read with your kids. It's powerful. And so I'm reading this book about Thomas Jefferson, and I come across this thing that says he was a botanist, archaeologist, Indian paleontologist, but math was the love of his soul, music was the love of his mind. And I just got to thinking, that's why this guy was able to write the Declaration of Independence, because of all the varied interests and passions. And I think for so many of us, we give away so much of our life to mindless entertainment on Netflix, to where, you know, I find myself going, just one more season, and then I'll be done. Not even one more episode, you know, because that auto starts the next episode. And I just say, if we want to make the right decisions, we need to start choosing better choices.
Yeah, that's good. This is Focus on the Family. I'm John Fuller. Your host is Jim Daly, and our guest today is Levi Lusko. He's a pastor and author and speaker, and he's got this great book, I Declare War, 4 Keys to Winning the Battle with Yourself. We've got it, I would say online, but after the conversation, yeah, well, we've got it on.
That's fun. Send us a signal.
Call us on your house phone. Our number is 800, letter A, and the word family. Online, we're at focusonfamily.com/broadcast. Hey, Levi, I've got to ask one thing here. So there is somebody who's got a person in mind who needs to hear this broadcast or get this book, but they're okay. So talk to that person who hasn't gone to the level of introspection that you're talking about doing.
Well, I would say if you don't come to a place of emotional intelligence and self-management, of which this is all about, it's going to hurt you more than anything else. We think a lot about IQ. What's your IQ? What's your SAT? But they've actually estimated that a far greater predictive power of your success in life, whether in business or industry or relationships, has to do with the emotional quotient as opposed to the intelligence quotient. As much as 58% of success in the workplace comes from whether or not you can exercise empathy, self-awareness, and be able to say the right thing even though you feel good. In fact, they say, in this test you can opt out that you can take to figure out your emotional intelligence, they say for every point you can raise to your emotional intelligence, it'll actually, in the long term, raise your salary level by as much as $1,300. And when I first came across one of these tests, I thought I was going to be great. You know, and I'm a pastor, and I'm an author, and I'm going to be fine. And I was shocked and appalled. I got like a C. But fortunately, you know, you can work on these things, and you can pay attention to it. And actually, you know, I talked about that speech. There's certain things I say to myself, drive me in. You know, certain in the meetings I know are going to be tough. There's certain things I do to put my mind right. I walked into such a high pressure thing today, sitting on you guys first, putting some meditation from scripture into my life and some time in prayer and asking God for new strength. And I think those things help me and have helped me work on and improve. And I was really pleased to report that I went back and took the test. I had actually raised after 6 months period my emotional intelligence quotient by 5 points on there. Just from a set aside time of actually living out some of the things I talked about.
That's so good. You know, another element, I don't want to miss an opportunity to mention this. You talk about grit and the importance of grit in a person's life.
Yes.
And I think for me, I resonate with that because I think certainly my childhood and everything else, it came down to grit and resiliency. And a lot of psychologists talk about the importance of resiliency for stability.
Yep.
And how does grit play a role in us being able to conquer these things?
Yeah, that's a great question, isn't it? I think a lot of times, and maybe in our culture more than ever, we don't like hard things. You know, there was a previous generation that didn't trust anything that wasn't hard. You know, almost this mentality that, I don't want to be real, it's a good thing. It's you know, that Albert Einstein quote, I think, or Thomas Edison quote, that said, a lot of people miss opportunity because it's wearing overalls and it looks like work.
And failing over and over again.
Yeah, and I mentioned Thomas Jefferson writing the Declaration of Independence. I certainly don't want to insinuate that's what you need to do, look to the listener, because we already have one. But there is greatness inside of you, but it's not going to be unlocked easily. It's not going to be unlocked without hard work, without blood, sweat, and tears, and passion, and you declaring or on the version of you don't want to be, and rising up like a wolf, how God wants you to. And so I would say that not backing down when you get against a roadblock, but instead doubling down. And I think it does take that grit, that when it's not easy, that we persevere. We don't throw our hands up in the air and just say, well, it didn't work, and quit the first time we have a bad day, and quit on a marriage or quit on a job. But you keep going and keep trying. And you think about one of my favorite examples is the Leatherman story. You know, that Leatherman pocket knife, pliers with a knife.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, multi-tool, right? Now it's ubiquitous. You go to any hardware store or sports store, there's multi-tool. Well, the story is that Tim Leatherman was in Europe and he had a pocket knife and a pair of pliers, and he thought to himself, wouldn't it be great if that was one thing? So he went home and started trying to work on it. Well, it took him 3 years. His wife was funding them. He was in the garage. He woke up on his 30th birthday crying, wasn't working. Next day, went back to work. Third year in, he got the patent filed and was successful, and he had the multi-tool. Only now he couldn't sell it. Not one store or company was willing to buy it. He says in a 5-year period, he received 500 rejection letters. The U.S. Army, Stanley, the company, the thermos company, no one wanted to buy it or carry it. So now he's 8 years in, hasn't made $1 off this dream, and he finally reaches out to Cabela's, sends them one last letter, and they buy 500 units and give him a $12,000 purchase order. Well, the rest is history. Now it's a $95 million a year company that employs 400 people at the headquarters in Portland, Oregon, where we have a church. And I just think about how many points along the way he had the opportunity to quit. But what did he demonstrate? Grit.
Yeah.
Kept going. 500 rejection letters. And I wonder, would any of us have the kind of tenacity to persevere in the face of such obstacles?
Well, you know, another element you mentioned, and I think this is a good balancing moment. You described the difference between trying and trust. And as Christians, as believers in Jesus, the foundation is trust.
100%. And that's why at the end of the book, and really the most important part, arguably, I talk about the Holy Spirit. Now, I know some listeners think, oh, is that a charismatic thing? No, it's a biblical thing.
Yeah.
In fact, Jesus said, go into all the world and preach the gospel, but don't even try without the power of the Holy Spirit. Now, that's because it's impossible to preach the gospel all over the world without the Holy Spirit's power. But what I want to say to the listeners is, what you're trying to do today is impossible in your own strength. Even if it's just getting the kids to school without losing your mind, or without being rude to your husband when he's, hurtful. And so I think you need the power of the Holy Spirit's help every day. I mean, listen, if I was moving and you offered to come over with your truck and help me, I don't think I would reject it and insist that I drag my couch down the freeway. The Holy Spirit is like God's offer to send a pickup truck over to help you move.
Right. And I think, these spiritual applications are so beneficial to us. Another great concept you mentioned in the book is the difference between being a butterfly and being an eagle. And I love this. And we have to be willing to take constructive criticism, which is what I think this is. Describe those two.
Yeah, you think about butterflies, and I love that picture because a lot of times when we feel afraid, we feel butterflies in our stomach, right? Which, of course, is caused by your inner ear.
Nothing to do with butterflies.
But and a lot of times we make decisions just based on how we feel, and we kind of flit along, and let the butterflies, tell us what to do and not to do. But the Holy Spirit, the Bible says, if we wait on the Lord, it will cause us to mount up with wings like eagles. And what I think that will do, it will never take the fear away. We're always going to feel fear. It'll whip those butterflies into formation. And if you get enough butterflies flying in the same direction, it's got the power of an eagle's wings. And so I think God wants us to be like John Wayne said. It's to feel fear, but to saddle up anyway. And God will give you the strength to do what you're afraid to do. And I believe that for every one of us.
That's so good. And then let's end with that description of Jesus, which, again, you mentioned in the book, and it's so encouraging. And you urge Christians to fight like Jesus. That can be uncomfortable because we don't understand exactly what that means, because we read being meek is the way to go. If you want to be like Jesus, kind of lay down and just let people, say or do whatever they want. That's not Jesus. That's a mischaracterization of who Jesus was.
Without a doubt. In the Garden of Gethsemane, Jesus demonstrated a declaration of war. Of course, he was winning a war for our sin and for hell.
Spiritual war.
But it was a spiritual war. In his humanity, Jesus struggled with everything we did. So in his own nature, that was that tension because he had that opposition. And that's why he's so relatable to us. Okay, so in the Garden of Gethsemane, he didn't want to go to the cross. He said, in fact, Father, if there's any other way, let this cup pass from me. but not my will, your will be done. And there's 3 things he did that I think are imperative for us to do. He prayed to God, he woke his friends up, and he demonstrated grit by committing to something he didn't want to do. Yeah. So he woke his friends up, and I would encourage every listener, have people in your life that you can text when you're hurting. I would say pray to God, and I would say commit to God's plan even when it's hard. Yeah, that is so good, man. Levi, this has been fantastic, and I know everyone has benefited from the discussion today. And if you're in that spot where maybe you haven't done this self-reflection and maybe your triggers are being sprung, the trap's being sprung, and you're reacting to people rather than proactively taking charge and doing the things that need to be done, this is the book for you. This is the resource. I've already got 4 people in mind I want to give this to. And maybe you're in that spot. I would do it. This could really help someone, and maybe yourself, change the direction of your life. And I Declare War, 4 Keys to Winning the Battle with Yourself by Levi Lusko is a great resource. And send us a gift of any amount. We'll send the book as our way of saying thank you. We very much appreciate, if you can, a monthly gift to sustain us throughout the lean times, if you will, that occur throughout the fiscal year. So a monthly gift would be great. If you can't do that, if you're not in a position to commit to a monthly gift, a one-time gift is always appreciated. Either way, make your donation and request Levi's book, I Declare War. You can call 800, the letter A and the word family, 800-232-6459, or stop by focusonthefamily.com/broadcast. Levi, there's a few more questions. I'd encourage people to go to the website where we're going to cover a couple more topics if you're willing to do that. I'm assuming you are. And it has been, again, great to have you with us. Thanks for making the effort to be here. Thank you for having me. What a terrific conversation with Pastor Levi Lusko these past couple of days. And if we've touched on some issues that you're struggling with, let me encourage you to contact us here at Focus. We have a team of caring Christian counselors who can listen to you and pray with you and point you towards some godly solutions. Our number is 800, the letter A and the word family, 800-232-6459. And coming up tomorrow, what you need to know about the persecution of the Christian faith around the world. As I stood and I listened to those thousands of people confess their willingness to die for Jesus, I thought of how hard it was for me to live for Jesus. That's next time on Focus on the Family. And thanks for listening. When you get in touch, let us know the call letters of this radio station. I'm John Fuller, and on behalf of Jim Daly and the entire team, join us next time as we once again help you and your family thrive. Hi, this is Jim Daly. Join me in Chicago on November 15th for Focus on the Family Live with pro-life advocate Scott Klusendorf, plus live music from Josh Wilson. Get your free tickets today at focusonthefamily.com/live.
She is someone's grandma. They love her. He's someone's son. They would do anything for him. The stories are inspiring, yet people will do almost anything to avoid them. There may be lots of reasons, but none big enough to stop God from loving them. None big enough to stop him from asking you to love him too. His love never leaves anyone out. God can give you a better vision of people made in his image. 93.7 The Light.
He wants to just hear from you. He wants to know your heart. He wants to know your concerns. He wants to know your celebrations. Prayer is this amazing gift that we've been given to talk with him.
Dana Goodrum has come to know the power of prayer. I'm Steve Douglas for Making Your Life Count. And Dana knows there's power in a simple conversation with God.
I always thought that prayer had to be something formal, that I needed to start it with thou art, some sort of prettier, powerful words. But the amazing thing that I learned was that the power in prayer does not come from us. It is in God who hears our prayer.
Dana relishes the amazing fact that we can actually talk to God.
It's a conversation with your Father in heaven who wants to just hear from you. He wants to know your heart. He wants to know your concerns. He wants to know your celebrations. prayer is this amazing gift that we've been given to talk with him.
And Dina values the gift of prayer, both in hard times, but also in good times.
The importance of prayer is so much more than being able to use it just when we are going through a difficult time. It is our Wi-Fi connection, if you will, to heaven, to God, to be able to connect to him and know that he absolutely hears our prayers. He is there with us, and we can trust that he knows what he is doing.
Yes, God always knows what he's doing. And he loves to talk to his children. Need some encouragement and prayer?
That I didn't know. They're coming out of date. So okay, I can understand that. Then I understand the charge.
Hi, I'm Jim
I thought they were
Smith, and if you will join me Friday morning, first day of November, for our morning show called Life Together. I'll share some great audio from the skit guys about God's chisel. Also, we'll chat about 3 ways to purify our thinking, and all 3 of these ways have a common theme. The show starts Friday morning, as always, at 6:30, right here at 93.7 The Line.
I asked him too, I'm like, what should I have done then? I'm like, I guess I could have stayed in there and fell out on the floor or said, take me to jail and let me sleep in jail.
The landing spot that determines whether there's a crop, not the seed. Dr. Tony Evans talks about the principles of spiritual planting and harvesting. If God's word is not working, we gotta check the ground it landed on. This is The Alternative with Dr. Tony Evans, author, speaker, senior pastor of Oak Cliff Bible Fellowship in Dallas, Texas, and president of the Urban Alternative. The idea of reaping what you sow is pretty simple and probably very familiar. But there are some deeper secrets about seeds. They can make your faith blossom and grow in ways you never imagined. Let's join Dr. Evans as he unlocks some of those secrets today.
I love the Indiana Jones series. Here, the archaeologists would spend countless hours, days, weeks, months, and sometimes years in search of a valuable artifact or treasure.
Well,
many times going through countless dangers, difficulties, resistance, in order to find this valuable thing for which he was searching. Similarly, the series National Treasure with Nicolas Cage, in pursuit of clues that would lead him to this special thing for which he was seeking or searching, that would bring truth and clarity to whatever the issue was that he needed to discover. Again, going through many adverse circumstances in order to arrive at what he desperately desired to find. Jesus speaks of a treasure. He calls this treasure the mystery of the kingdom.
Oh, you know what? I know.
He says about the kingdom that this thing called the kingdom is an unusual treasure for which there ought to be nothing that gets in your way of discovering it.
This
word kingdom means rule. Eschatologically, in terms of the final things, it refers to the millennial reign of Christ, a subject that the Bible talks quite a bit about, when Jesus Christ will return and run the whole earth from Jerusalem under his 1,000-year rule. In the meantime, he set forth during his earthly life kingdom principles. But he set them forth as a mystery, as something that was not previously understood, but needed to be understood if you were going to understand the uniqueness of this treasure that he calls the kingdom. When he wanted to explain this treasure, he would use parables. A parable is a earthly story with a heavenly meaning. Jesus would take something ordinary, something everyday, something that would be known to all, to teach them about something of which they were unaware, something that they needed to become familiar with. So he would take the familiar to explain the unfamiliar.
That's why when I was in the hospital,
he would do it in story form, and those story forms are called
then I'm just gonna chop, I'm gonna kill myself.
The parable that we want to look at is the parable of the sower and the seed.
Well, they wouldn't
It
take me
is
to the hospital
riveting
and I
in
could have
its
slept off all my medicine.
It's transforming in its meaning. And if you discover what I call in the series the seed, you'll discover a secret. Something that perhaps you had not understood before. That is riveting in not only its content, but riveting in its ability to transform your very existence. The story of the sower sowing the seed is explained in all three of the synoptic gospels. There are four gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. When we say synoptic gospels, these are gospels that talk about the same things. Those are only three, Matthew, Mark, and Luke. John doesn't talk about what Matthew, Mark, and Luke talk about. They talk about the same stories, but they give the same stories from their perspective. So each story has a little different twist than the story of the other gospel writer. We'll look at all three, but we're going to major on Luke because Luke kind of does it in a simple, synoptic way that we can easily follow. Beginning in verse 4 of Luke chapter 8, a sower went out to sow his seeds. Now, everybody would understand what that looked like who lived in Jesus' day, because if you were a farmer and if you were planting something, you carried on your back a bag of seeds, or you may have draped, depending on how much land you were dealing with, you may drape the bags across the back of a donkey or across the back of an ox. After the furrows had been dug, the sower, the farmer, would come out and he would reach into his bag and scatter the seeds. He would just scatter the seeds. The seeds would fall in the furrows, but they would not only fall in the furrows, they would fall kind of all over the place because he scattered them with hand. They didn't have all the technology that we possess today that can limit it to a certain scope, and so they would scatter.
Oh. Where was this? What city? What city? Mm-hmm. I guess I don't know. You know, sometimes though, like just with me, and I know what you're saying, but I think I really don't know. But sometimes, like men will do that when they like you. But I hear what you're saying. I know. I understand you. It's people are ignorant. They're just ignorant. Yeah. Right. That's like I met someone. I met someone, and you know, they called me like 11 times. The first day I'm talking to them, like 11, and then the next day there's nothing. So it's like, wait a minute, it's inconsistent. It's like, which is it? You know, it's like, what's going on? Are you in jail or what? Because how could you go from calling me 11 times a day to the next day nothing? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh. Yeah. Oh, well. Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. Mhm. 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 Well, there was this guy that Mhm. Uh-huh. Exactly. Oh, uh-huh. Mm, mm. Now, what's the name of where you live? Exactly. That's like me. And yeah, the left side of the sink, it does. The water does run. You know what? I just put a bucket under. I've got a double sink, so I don't use that half. So I just, yeah, right. Right. Well, you're right. You know what? You are so right about that. Mm. Hmm. Right. Now, what's the name of the where you live? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I've seen it over there. Okay. I think so. Hmm. Yeah, I've got a 1 bedroom now. I like it. I want to keep a 1 bedroom. Do I have what? No, it's all on one. Yeah, I'm on the second floor. I'm glad I'm not on the third floor. This second floor, finally they fixed the railing. When you grab onto the railing, the whole railing will come out of the wall. Hmm. And like I say, I am really disabled. Now with this back and everything. Hmm. They're coming in here to do something with the heat. There was a note on my door after I came home, and yeah, that'll. I doubt it. I doubt it. They said something about they're doing something, blowing the lines or something. I don't know, but whatever. Uh-huh. Right. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that. But actually, he's so good. He pays attention. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm here all the time. Yeah, but yeah, you're right. Uh-huh. Well, what he did? Okay, this one thing, I forget what it was. Something, I can't even remember. Something about the lock on the door. Actually, they gave me, it's not funny. They actually gave me the key to go have my key made to get into the apartment. Now, isn't that interesting? But I mean, they had me go to the store, and have the key made. Right, but why would the management make? Do you see what I'm saying? Though I could have made 4 or 5 of them. I make. Hmm. No, they didn't. See, they didn't have a key, so they gave me the key to go have that copy made. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. But also, and so what they were doing was they were changing out the lock because here's what happened. I came over here and tried it. They didn't tell me that key was only for the bottom part. So I had my dog. He was in here. So I shut the door and I locked the top lock and it didn't unlock it. So he was locked in the apartment. So yeah, so I called him and he was somewhere. I don't know where he was, but he had to come back. He came. But he took like, I don't know, 20 minutes or something. It was funny. My little dog was crying on the inside. He was crying. But you know what he did? So that guy, he jumped on the balcony and the balcony door wasn't locked. So he came in that way. So they do that. They'll come in the balcony. Yeah. But the dog is good too. The dog lets me know. Well, you know what I did though? I had the door open to let the cat out, and I sort of forgot. But I don't worry about that. But you know, hmm, yeah, yeah, mhm, yeah. That's what I say. I'm lucky. That's what I say. That's what I like about here. I got my dog and my cat, and nobody cares. And yeah, people have pit bulls and all kinds of crazy crap. Yeah, yeah, I think so. And somewhere where I'm just going to be left alone. You know, I'm thinking to maybe like try around Delaware. where my ex is. Maybe I'll try up there and see. I don't know. Ohio. And I'll see what she does with this grip because, if she raises it, I'll see. Yeah. I'll have a car. I'll get a car. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to move out there before I get a car. Yeah, I got a computer. Where are you moving to? Where are you moving to? Oh, yeah, that's right. You told me, but mhm. Yep. Yep. Like this dentist in Yellow Springs, that's where I used to go to the dentist. And I called, I left 3 messages, and nobody ever called me back. And I told them too, I said, well, I guess this is going to be the last time I call, because I'm trying to make an appointment, but nobody would call me back. Did you say? Yeah, that one. Right. I know. Uh-huh. Yes. Right. I know. I'll just probably go somewhere else. I'll probably pick somewhere. Here's the thing, because I got those free rides to the medical appointment. So pick somewhere in the mall or something in Dayton. See, because when I go for my medical appointments, then I make sure I do other things too. Like the eye doctor was in the mall today. So yeah. Or it's even close to LA Fatties. So huh? I went to Beaver Creek today. Yeah. I don't blame her. All the smart people do because there's really nothing there. Right. She did my crown, and to be honest, I don't like it. I don't think it looks right. But anyway, I don't really care about it. But it's so I went in Dayton to I think Five Rivers, and this is kind of interesting because I had insurance at the time, but they were trying to charge me some money, and I gave my numbers again, and so it wound up that I didn't owe them. So I'm like, well, thank God. But I did pay them $5. So they said, well, we don't know how to send it back to you. I'm like, whatever. No, they had a special. I had to go out there to Dayton because they need crowns and stuff. That's where they sent me. No, they don't. No, uh, I didn't care. I had a car at that time. I didn't care. Mm-hmm. Well, with my glasses today, she asked me, did I have any other, I don't know, whatever. But she said, yeah, AAA. I said, yeah. So that's where I'm getting my glasses. They're paying. Yeah, AAA, they're paying. She said it was cheaper to use AAA than to use my insurance for the glasses. Now, can you believe that? Oh, it's not a copay. I have to pay it. But here's the thing. So I picked out all these glasses, and if I get them like that, I don't know that I'm going to buy all of them, but it'll be $1,000. And I got the papers. Let me see. Let me see. These ones, it was that they retail 320. Well, anyway, the glasses, all the stuff they had done to it was going to be $744.99. But with the discount, it's going to be 460. Let me see the AAA thing. Okay, with the AAA, the glasses are going to be $635, and I got a $200 discount, so it will be 400 and something. And then with this one, it would be I'm just getting these. I'm not getting a prescription in these because I like how they look. They're $199.99. But also, here's the thing too. What I know that I can pick cheap glasses. I can go to one of these other stores and stuff and get a pair of cheap glasses. But I'm splurging on these. Mm-hmm. Humana, and then Medicaid. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Quit there. Yeah, I know. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yeah. Mm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm. Okay. Yeah, I've gotten them there before. That's where mine are. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I happened to buy some there. I already had the you know what? I didn't care for that I did not have my exam there. I went to the mall. I didn't care for that lady because she's nasty. When I walk into some place, somebody's nasty, I'm not giving them a dime. Now, the one who sets up your glasses and stuff, oh, she was a sweet lady. She's a nice lady, but that doctor, no. The way she looked at me, I'm like, And my doctor in the mall, I love her. She's like Chinese or something. Her name is Sue. It's funny. I had her rolling. She was just laughing at me. Lynn's Crafters. Yeah. See, and this time, like, I wasn't looking at cheap, because it doesn't matter. I don't care. hmm Right. Yeah. Like these, what am I saying? Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Mm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. Mm-hmm. Mm. Oh. Mm. You know, at the mall, I was they got this massage place, and so okay, last time I was over there, I was talking to this jewelry guy. He's right out there in the center, across from them. So then when I came back today, this one guy who was outside, it's funny, I like him, but he was looking at me, and then I went to the side of the jewelry thing, and the guy didn't see me. So the Chinese guy goes over there, and he's like trying to tell the guy. So I just kept walking around. And then, the whole time I was there, that man was staring at me. I kind of like it though. I'm gonna have to go over there and have him give me a massage. Aren't I crazy? Mhm. Yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Oh, I think you do good. You do really well. Right. Well, I'm glad you're getting out of Zima. I'll miss you, but I think it's for the best. It's for the best. I All right. Really? Why? Oh, now where is that? No, I was just curious what it was. Where was it? Uh-huh. So they're pulling all of her green met. Mm-hmm. Well, like here, when they turned on the heat, and you know what? I like it warm, but it was so hot that I slept with the windows open. And I had the door open. I think they cut it down now because I'm actually a bit chilly. I'm running what I do? I put a crock pot in my room and I turn it up on high and put water in it and let the water get in the air. And then on the stove too, I do the same thing. And in the stove, I might, but I don't know. It doesn't, I don't care. You know what I mean? Like I actually have one in a storage unit if it's still there. If they haven't auctioned all my stuff off, I'm not worried about it. I'm just doing what I can do. Yeah, they do. Yep. Why would they do that? Turn it up high. I talk to them the least. I don't talk to them, the least, because anytime, it's been my experience, anytime you talk to them, there's going to be some problem. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. What do you do? You said, okay. But you said they gave you citation. Right, okay. Well, you know what? That's a thing with here, and because I'm right in front of the door. So actually, every there's a door to get in. So there's a bunch of doors here, about 6 of them. So I'm right in front of the door, my living room. So I know that people always look, and they're always looking. You can always see in. So I put trash bags. I tape them up on my door. They can't see it. That's all I have. Right now. And I'm not worried about it. You can't tell on the outside what's hanging in the door. I mean, you can't tell. It's a double glass door. That's where it goes out to the balcony. So they can't see. Yeah. These are it's a double glass door. They're from the floor to the ceiling. They're from the floor to the ceiling. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. But then again, I take that back down, anytime and then have it open. It's nice, it's fun in there, like that. Oh, okay, all right, nice talking to you. Melatonin. Yeah, right. Yeah. What? Oh my God, it's huge, huge, bigger. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's yeah. Yeah, well, that's fine. Yeah, that's good. I know what you mean. People like their own space, you know. Well, uh, right, well, I'll go with you because I went too. You know, we went, and yeah, that was nice. Yeah. Mm-hmm. How do you feel about cruises? Oh, wow. Oh, okay. Oh, really? Right. Just see somebody just pull up here in front, see, because I'm right near the door. So everybody stops right in front of the door, and I don't care. What I do though with this plastic is I put it up like at my shoulder level, so I can look out. You know, they can't see in. I said, oh, that's okay too, because they can see in. You know, and I'm like you. Nobody needs to see what's in my apartment. Yeah. I like it though. It's really weird. I feel like this is my yeah, yeah. Well, it's a sliding door, you know, sliding glass. Yeah, it's in the front. No, it's not to come in. This goes to the balcony. Yeah, there's a fence. and my son, the cat. He can go out, jump down there, and get on the, yeah, he'll get on the ground and mess around. Yeah. Oh, they do. Yeah. Okay. What I do though is I will drape a blanket from like a sheet from I've got a carpet cleaner and then a vacuum, and I drape it across there so that people can't see in, you know, before I have it. I can just hang up a sheet. I mean, you know, it doesn't matter. No, there's no curtains on it. Well, they've got these curtains, but they're these plastic things that they'll fall out. Yeah. So you have these big gaps in your curtain. Well, I can just stick some nails. But so the guy who was in there and said there was a fire hazard. What was it you had to work? What was it? Oh, wardrobe box. What, did you put clothes in or something? A box? Uh-oh. Exactly. well, that's it. You know, when you're in an apartment, and these people think they own you. You know, they run your life. That's why I'm so glad. I'm just so glad. And a lot of times, most of the time, I won't open the door. I will not open the door because I'm not expecting anybody. You know. Right. Exactly. That's right. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm. Yeah, well, I'll let you get to sleep. Oh, okay. Oh, I don't think anything really. Just rest. Yeah. Okay, you do. Good night. Doing bullshit.
Oh. Okay. Oh.